द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतम् भावाधीतं त्रिगुणरहितं तद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda everyone, welcome you back to another extraordinary Bhava Samadhi Darshan. This time we are going to be having the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. So as we enter into today's program, we're going to be learning more and more about what exactly is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And we have a very special program planned out today, entering into the star gate of Kailasa. We're going to be leading all of you step by step, first with the powerful cognitions, as well as the meditation process to directly help you raise your frequency and be in the same frequency as Kailasa. But before we enter into the program directly, I'd like to share with you news which has come out a couple of days back and which have continuously been going viral on social media as well. The first news is the recognition and the clarifications from Interpol and by a media publication department called the News Minute Media. The News Minute Media has found the letters, has acquired the letters from Interpol directly, stating and debunking all the false rumors and propaganda surrounding that the gossip which was being spread that there was an Interpol notice issued against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The post is there in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official Facebook page, and you can go and visit it for yourself, and all the references and the official letters from Interpol are listed there directly. So you can see and go and read for it yourself. We have it here being projected on the screen right now. Media reveals the truth about no Interpol notice against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Interpol has debunked the spate of disinformation in media of any Interpol notice or any diffusion against Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam in deference to the fact that he is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and head of the state of the United States of Kailasa. The position of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized by United Nations, international bodies, and multiple countries. After baseless rumors spread about the Interpol notices being issued against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, media like the News Minute have revealed the truth of no Interpol notice against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with the clear evidence of letters directly from the Interpol on the same matter. So actually, if you can see the letters by Interpol being linked part of the document, yes, as you can see here, both the letters, one in the year 2021 and one of recent 2022. Both these letters given by the Interpol themselves, clarifying and debunking all the false rumors and false media claims that an Interpol notice has been issued against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can go and read for all this information for yourself in the Facebook. This post is featured post, which means it will be at the very top of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page. You can go and read it there for yourself. The next exciting news which we have, which we want to share with all of you, and which has been going viral all over the social media, is a recognition by the United Nations. United Nations has published another report on the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, on Kailasa's Gurukuls and Kailasa's children and women. The report on the special rapporteur on the report on the special rapporteur on the sale and sexual exploitation of children, including child prostitution, child pornography, and other child sexual abuse material on reparation for child victims and survivors of sale and sexual exploitation. The weaponization of sexual violence targeting women and children, especially of minority traditions, is part of a more pervasive and systematic campaign targeting certain indigenous spiritual traditions minority communities, and their leaders. One such indigenous community is the AIASMT community. Yes, here you can see the from the official United Nations website where these posts and the reports have been published of Kailasa and of the persecution which is being faced by Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here you can see the report on the sexual rapture on the sale and sexual exploitation of children, including child prostitution, child pornography, and other child sexual abuse material on reparation for child victims and survivors of sale and sexual exploitation. So, apart from this, the other reports which were published on the United Nations were on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and on Kailasa's Nithyananda Gurukul. All of these also are linked in the Facebook page, which this is also a featured post, which means it will be there on the top of the Facebook channel. And if you go and see, you can read for all the reports by yourself, and you can the links where it's being published in the United Nations as well has also been linked in the Facebook post. So all of this is free for you, and please do take a few moments to share this with your friends, family, and social circle as well, spreading the good news and the recognition which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is receiving, that the international bodies are coming to understanding and coming to the realizations of the illegal persecution and the destruction which is happening on minority traditions of Hinduism. And so with this, we're going to be entering into the grand narrative of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born on the 3rd of January 1978 in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the year 1981 was given the initiation into the Bala Sannyas, which is the child saint initiation in Hinduism by enlightened beings and masters and the predecessors of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was a tender age of 3 when he received this initiation into the Bala Sannyas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as an incarnation by enlightened beings and masters such as Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, Vidwan Panduranganar, and the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tonde Mandaladinam of the Kanchi Mutt. These are the various people who recognize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incarnation of Paramashiva and trained the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from a young age to revive the Kailasa nation. At the age of 16, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Arunachala Sarvangapeetham by his Vedanta guru, Mata Vibhudanandapuri, also lovingly called as Mataji Kuppammal. You can see here there is a conch, a kamandalu, the water pot, and the wooden staff being presented to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which are the traditional items which are passed down from guru to disciple as part of the induction as the successor into the lineage. You can see here in the photographs the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism standing with Mata Vibhudananda Puri, as well as the coronation photo of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being inducted as the successor of Arunachala Sarvangapeetham. We are now going to be looking at the early days in the mission of the Nityananda Sangha and the early days of the revival of Kailasa. Here we have leftmost a black and white photo of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at a very young age, building the first temple monastery complex of his guru, Mata Vibhudananda Puri, with his own bare hands, brick by brick, under the guidance of his gurus. Later in the years to come, in the year 2001, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, after starting the public life, inaugurated and founded the first Adinam, the first temple monastery complex in Tiruchengodu, South India. This was a historic moment, and it happened on the 14th of April 2021. If you see on the photo in the left hand bottommost corner, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his own handwriting, has annotated the event, the special occasion, the historic moment, and in his own handwriting, noted down the date as well as the happening of the day. A year later, on the 4th of November, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was 24 years of age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the Adi Kailasa Sarvangapeetham, the headquarters in South India. By the year 2004, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was 26 years of age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started conducting the mass living enlightenment initiation conventions all across the globe in various cities and countries around the world. These processes included taking people through powerful cleansing processes of the seven energy bodies. In the year 2005, at the age of 27, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was welcomed with the proclamation message by the Mayor of St. Louis, Francis G. Slay. Yes, here we can see more glimpses of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the mass living enlightenment conventions in various parts of the world. Here, during the Kumbh Mela festival, which is one of the world's largest celebrated festivals, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is initiating thousands and thousands of people into the mass living enlightenment. To all those who had gathered, all those who had come and visited and was a part of the Kumbh Mela celebration, both in the years 2015 in the Nashik Kumbh Mela and 2016 in the Ujjain Kumbh Mela. Here we are looking at the various coronations received by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The first coronation the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received was at a very young age of 10, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tonde Mandaladinam of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvangapeetam. In the year 2004, on December 31st, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the incumbent emperor of Suryavamshi Surangi Samrajya. In the following years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swarga Paramadinam. In the year 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the In the year 2012, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailas Sonatha Shyamalapita Sarvangapeetam. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the present Mahamandaleshwar, which is the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akada, which is the largest apex monastic order. In the year 2013, again, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, which is the head of all spiritual leaders of the Atal Akada, which is the ancient apex body of Hinduism. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs, Hindu leaders. Here we're going to be understanding more about the United States of Kailasa. Kailasa is a macrocosmic ancient Hindu enlightenment nation whose vision is living enlightenment for all of humanity. Kailasa's mission is to revive and share with today's world the practical applications of the greater sciences of authentic Hinduism, including Hindu cosmic physics, Hindu alchemy, Hindu cosmology, Hindu biology, Hindu mathematics, the power manifestation science, and other sciences as revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. These sciences were once practiced freely in over 56 nations across the continent, but are now facing extinction due to the persecution which has happened over a millennium. Here we're looking at the 108 Sri Kailasas Uniting Nations initiatives, which are to support a variety of humanitarian services, which collectively allows for the creation of an enlightened, peaceful, sustainable, equitable, resilient. One of the projects which you're going to be looking at Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations is the No Hungry Home project offered by nutritious food and a hunger-free world. Over the past 27 years, Kailasa has served more than 1 billion meals. Every month for the past 27 years, the Hindu ASMT community has organized 3 million Annadan services, which is the free organic meals as per tradition, and has served in religious gatherings to everyone without discount. Up to 10,000 meals are served on a daily basis free of cost, and this number rises to 100,000 on festival days. As you can see here in the various photographs, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself is actively involved in the Annadan service, his own hands serving many of the devotees and disciples who has gathered. Here we're looking at Kailasa's protective and preventive COVID care centers offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for affordable and holistic health care. During the pandemic, a global catastrophe in which everyone in this planet was affected and suffered, it was only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who provided a safe haven for the whole of humanity, for the public to come and reside in the monastery, in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own monastery. Swamiji converted the monastery complex a quarantine facility free for all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or social economic status. Facilities like food, shelter, internet, and free medical care and services were provided for all residents for an indefinite amount of time. More than 30 million citizens followed Kailasa's 28-day spiritual regimen in the year 2020. Here we have the offerings of the Nithyananda Hindu University and the Nithyananda Gurukul by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for education reform and development. The Nithyananda Hindu University was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and is the world's largest Hindu university. The Nithyananda Gurukul, which was inaugurated on the 2nd of October 2006, was inaugurated by the Supreme Revival of the ancient Adi Shaivite Guru Disciple education system, which is an authentic knowledge transmission system based on the principles of enlightenment. The Nithyananda Hindu University has more than 20 million enrollments, 7,000 free courses, and extended campuses in more than 150 different countries. Here we have Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for the protection of Hindu scriptures, offering the Nithyananda Jnanalaya project and the Hinduismpedia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the Nithyananda Hindu Jnanalaya project to collect and to preserve the 1 billion Hindu scriptures, while ensuring that knowledge is made accessible and shared free of cost to all, collecting and preserving 1 billion source books on Hinduism. The Kailasa's Hinduismpedia project was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has collected 15 terabyte of digital books and rare manuscripts from all 19 Sarvanya Peetams, ancient mutts, and ashrams. More than 1 million pages on Hinduism, a collection of 22,000 digital books, 1,000 e-textbooks, and 100,000 articles on various topics of Hinduism. Not only that, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has authored more than 1,000 books in 3 languages, which have been translated into 50 other different languages, has published more than 10,000 articles, and has given 10,000 hours of free discourses with a combined view of more than 1 billion. Here we can see Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Global Peace and Religious Harmony, offering the confluences for world peace. In the year 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life, to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. And during the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. As you can see here, thousands and thousands has gathered for the religious peace walk. Here we have women empowerment programs offered by Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for feminine empowerment and gender equality. Kailasa's Yogini Sarvanya Peetam is the establishment of yoga and meditation universities to empower the quality of life and emphasis on life solutions through Vedas and Agamas, empowering the indigenous rural women, fighting against wrongful gender stereotyping, gender-based violence, and lack of inclusive quality learning environments. Some of the other initiatives also include Kailasa's Nityananda Lakshmi, which is a microfinancing service, Kailasa's Ankita program, providing foundational literacy about the workings of various basic community services and infrastructural establishments. Kailasa's Ashriya program, providing vocational training programs to rural and indigenous women to provide equal opportunities and access to independent, self-sufficient financial environments for them. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the Vedic feminism in Kailasa, where more than 80% of the leadership positions are occupied by women. Here we have Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Yoga offering the Nithyananda Yoga. One of the many offerings in the Nithyananda Yoga are the Nithyananda Kriyas, which are 108 scientifically validated Kriyas revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, specifically targeting the 108 major disorders and diseases such as diabetes, arthritis, blood pressure, rheumatism, and more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient pole yoga, which is the Shivastambha yoga, and rope yoga, Kundalini Raju yoga, in which yogic asanas perform to create the yogic physiology, aligning it to the cosmic geometry that manifests superconscious powers. Not only that, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been awarded 2 Guinness World Records for the largest rope yoga, Kundalini Raju yoga, and largest pole yoga, Shivastambha yoga classes, bringing worldwide attention to these extraordinary forms of yoga. These Guinness World Records were awarded to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 30th of September and 3rd of October, respectively. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, despite being heavily persecuted continuously for over a decade, has in his unwavering intention, commitment, and action in building the only Hindu nation, the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, to protect, revive, and preserve Hinduism, the most ancient, most peaceful, still living, and long lasting demonstrable system that shows the possibility of a peaceful coexistence amongst people. Here we are witnessing one of the most historic moments in the history of the Kailasa nation. Kailasa, the first nation of Hindus led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, spoke on behalf of the 2 billion global Hindu diaspora at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. A significant milestone in the history of Hindus and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa happened on the 2nd of December 2021. His Excellency Sri Nithyananda, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Kailasa, the persecution of Hindus at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues. The theme of the forum was conflict prevention and the protection of human rights of minorities. This was the first time the plight of persecuted Hindu minorities was represented in the United Nations. The ongoing, systematic, generational attacks on Hindu indigenous traditions were highlighted as a part of the meeting. Here, we're looking at the intense lawfare and illegal harassment and unlawful persecution which has been ongoing on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for more than a decade. Over 70 assassination attempts and physical attacks have been made on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in India as well as in abroad. 40 attacks on community members, destruction of monasteries and temples, over 60 incidences of attacks, molestation, and rape of women and women monks, intense lawfare through the 100 false legal cases being put on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, intersectional persecution using the entire government mechanism, politically owned media, police, judiciary controlled by politicians, and inciting mob violence through social media. These are just but a few of the many ways the anti-Hindu elements, anti-spiritual elements had tried to assassinate, had tried to illegally persecute the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, unwavering and with his commitment and sacrifice for all of us, for all us Hindus, and for the rest of humanity as well, has built and created the Hindu nation, Kailasa, establishing a peaceful place where Hindus can live and practice authentic Hinduism. One of the major contributions this Hinduism is making for the superconsciousness growth of the whole world is the power manifestation science. In this next segment, we're going to be looking at the power manifestation science, how power manifestation works, as well as the scriptural references of power manifestation and a live demo where here during this program in the next segment, we're we're going to be seeing a live demonstration of the powers of third eye and specifically the power of consciousness over matter. So stay tuned, we'll be back after a short break to demonstrate the science of power manifestation and to show the live demonstration of these powers.
A more intelligently connected world leads to a brighter future. An enlightened humanity leads to a better world. During the Paramashivam program, we help people to discover their superhuman possibilities and help them to find and achieve the true purpose of their birth by giving them the techniques, practices, and methodologies from the Vedagamas, the original source scriptures of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the ancient original Vedas and Agamas in all its glory, in a user-friendly way for the modern mind. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is transforming human beings into divine beings, reviving, initiating, and replicating the 463 powers from the Agamas revealed by Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not just giving solutions for every problem man faces, but is making them irrelevant to their lives by transforming human beings into divine beings.
Listen. Any argument presented by your mind, body, your present reality to establish you are not Paramashiva. You are not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Anything presented to prove you are not Paramashiva is illegitimate. Decide this. This is super determinism. Understand? Anything you declare as illegitimate will lose power over you, will die in few days, few minutes, maybe in few weeks, whatever few days it takes. It will not have power over you. Understand, this is the method for sudden enlightenment. This is the method for sudden enlightenment. It happens by the Shaktipada. Here Paramashiva is sitting to tell you all, you are Paramashiva, you are me, with Shaktipada and Shaktinipada.
The Dvitiya Vijnasa Krama is an extensive and thorough yoga sequence to prepare your body to receive the experience being given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Through the yoga, which is aligned as per the source scriptures laid down by Paramashiva and the Agamas, you break all the impossibility in your body and in turn break the very cognition of impossibility. The program leads you to go beyond your human frame and limiting human ideas, which prevents you from living your highest possibility.
I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God.
Don't wait to become divine. Register now at paramashivoham.org.
Nithyanandam to all the viewers watching us live on our social media platform. This very powerful and beautiful session on the power manifestation science. So in this session we are going to have a beautiful segment where we are going to understand the science of power manifestation, how power manifestation can be useful in our life, and what is the difference between the siddhis and the shaktis, the source of these powers, and ultimately we are going to be having a live demonstration of the powers of Paramashiva. So now let us enter into this segment. So first let's understand the science behind the power manifestation, how these powers have been given to the humanity by Paramashiva. In the source scriptures, the Vedagamas, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human is hardwired to manifest the 463 Shaktis of Paramashiva. Manifesting Shaktis are described in a detailed Manifesting Shaktis are described in a detailed systematic method for human beings to explore the various possibilities that have been given to us by Paramashiva. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition you are Paramashiva and not the cognition that you are a human, that is Paramashiva. So now we are going to be seeing the difference between the Shaktis and the Siddhis. Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment, whereas the Siddhis manifest from the process of getting enlightenment when you perform various penance and you are striving for enlightenment. Some things that manifest at that time are the Siddhis, and the Shaktis are permanent, whereas the Siddhis are not permanent, and the Shaktis manifest through any human being, whether they are of any caste or any race or any background. After the initiation of the enlightened master or the incarnation, any human can manifest Shaktis, whereas the Siddhis can only be manifested after lots of penance, and it diverts us from the path of enlightenment. So now we're going to be seeing the 4 ways, the 4 methods that are used to validate, foolproof, and which are used to verify that these powers manifest from the ultimate space of enlightenment. So there is the Shastra Pramana, which is the source scriptures, the revelations from Paramashiva directly, like the Vedas and the Agamas, and any other scriptures that have been revealed directly by Paramashiva, like the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Guru Gita, and all of these scriptures which have been directly revealed by Paramashiva are the Vedagamas, are the source scriptures. Then we have the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences of the various rishis, incarnations, and the enlightened masters who have come even as recent as Satya Sai Baba or Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, and all these great beings who have walked this planet and taught humanity that there is a science behind getting these, becoming Paramashiva. Then we have the time-tested, foolproof experiences of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because every time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had experienced something, he verifies it with the Shastra Pramana, which is the source scriptures, and then with the Apta Pramana, which are the experiences of the various enlightened beings who have come before us, and he verifies it with that, and after that he shares it to the world as his Atma Pramana. Then there's the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the scientific study on these powers. So now we are going to be seeing who's the source and from where do these Shaktis manifest. These Shaktis manifest from the source of Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality, cause, pervading everything, unchanged beyond time and space, and he is the fundamental base of the manifest and the unmanifest, and he creates this whole cosmos through the 5 actions of the Panchakritya, which is the sustenance, which is the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Next is the ultimate truth about the Shaktis, which is when a powerful cognition is understood and which is settled inside us, that time it manifests through any human as the Shaktis. Now we are going to be seeing this detailed references for each of the Pramanas. So first the Shastra Pramana for the power of the third eye. which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. The third eye is not just a third eye which we use to read through the blindfold, but the third eye is the center of the will, and it is the center where Paramashiva revives and creates this whole reality for us. And the Bhairava Tantra, the 34th Sutra. And in this verse, Paramashiva says, Kapala antarmano nyasa tishtanmilita lochanaha kramena manasodhadya lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. The translation is, by having the mind fixed on the inner space with the crown inside the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes in succession to the third eye, by that stability of the mind and the inner space, one has the vision of the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, and is able to see any object or place beyond the sight, and he attains oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So here we can see how Paramashiva is telling us that when the third eye manifests, they have the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva. Next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences of various incarnations, enlightened masters who have come before us. So here the Apta Pramana is from the Mahabharata, and in the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the science of the third eye. So Arjuna had asked Bhagavan Shri Krishna that he wanted to see the cosmic form of Bhagavan Shri Krishna. And at that time, Bhagavan Shri Krishna had initiated Arjuna into the third eye, because Bhagavan Shri Krishna says, you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I initiate you into the third eye, and through that eyes you can have the cosmic form of mine. So this is the direct translation of the 8th verse of the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. And after this initiation, Bhagavan Shri Krishna reveals the ultimate Vishwarupa Darshana, and Arjuna is able to see that and gives a detailed description in a very poetic meter and sings the glory of Bhagavan Shri Krishna. Then we have the Atma Pramana, the experience of the Supreme Pandava of Hinduism. So in his own words, the Supreme Pandava of Hinduism says, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, below me, the whole 360 degrees and the 10 directions. Not only I was able to see, I was able to feel that everything was me. So this is his direct experience, which is exactly matching with the Shastra Pramana. Next we have the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the scientific study on the third eye. So here we can see the Supreme Pandava of Hinduism itself undergoing the positron emission tomography test, where they are measuring the activity that is happening in the brain. And then when the Supreme Pandava of Hinduism had opened his third eye, the machine had given readings which showed high amount of energy in the frontal lobe, where the third eye is, where we depict the third eye. And this same readings have been replicated in all the balasants and the yogis who have also undergone these kind of brain scans.
Yes, thank you so much, Paramesha Maharaj. We are going to be now looking at the next Shastra Pramana. So Paramesha Maharaj is going to be doing the power of consciousness over matter, demonstrating the power with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pandava of Hinduism. So I'll just quickly go over the Shastra Pramana for this power of consciousness over matter. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shaineerdrishtam nivartayet tajnanam chinta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, vastu, one would slowly withdraw the sight from the object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with the thought and impressions of it. Then, in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state of the all inclusiveness of infinity. So, this is the Shastra Pramana of the power of consciousness over matter. And so now we're going to be seeing a live demonstration of this power of consciousness over matter, where Paramesha Maharaj will be connecting with Swamiji and chanting the Mahavakya mantra. And through this power of feeling connection or of oneness, being in oneness with the avatar, with the master, Paramesha Maharaj is going to manifest this power now.
Yes, so now we can see the Atma Linga, which we are going to be using to manifest the power of consciousness over matter. And we can also see a tissue paper, which I'll be showing you in a minute how we'll be using it. And you can also see my hand here, so that there is no kind of any object which can be used to pull the Atmalinga or make any movement in the Atmalinga. So you can see that there's no kind of glue or no kind of strings which are there. So you can see till my wrist also. And now I'm going to be placing the Atmalinga on my hand. And here we have this tissue paper. So why I had this tissue paper was so that you can see it's just a blank tissue paper and there is nothing inside this tissue paper. So I'm just folding it, and now I'm placing the Atmalinga on my hand, and as I rotate this tissue paper all around the Atmalinga, you can see that there is no movement which is being caused by the by the tissue paper. Even when the tissue paper is moving around, you can see that there is no movement. So you can be assured that there's no kind of strings or anything that is tied to the Atmalinga also. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya, and even when the manifestation is happening, I'll be again showing to you that there is nothing which is tied next to the Atmalinga. And this is the best time we can take to create any reality in our life, because when we connect with Paramashiva, we are creating the space for Paramashiva to flow through us. And when we create a space for Paramashiva to flow through us, we are literally creating all the realities that we want. Because Paramashiva is the one who creates this whole cosmos. And when we are in oneness with him, automatically he starts flowing through us and the creation manifests. This whole cosmos is created by Paramashiva, and when we are in oneness with him, that energy starts to flow through us, because every second we are creating this whole thing, the whole cosmos that we are seeing around us, this whole space that we are seeing around us. Because science proves that every molecule, every atom is 99.999% of space, and only that 0.0001% is matter. So to create this whole surroundings that we see, it is the direct flow of Paramashiva. But because we are put in delusion, we put our own self in delusion, we start to believe that this whole thing is a hard existence. So when we allow Paramashiva to flow through us, we can really allow that energy which flows through us continuously to be focused on the goals that we want to create, because those goals become Paramashiva's goals and Shiva's Sankalpam becomes Mama Sankalpam. So from that same space, we can now enter into the manifestation. You can also manifest the same power with me. I will be entangling with you, and when you manifest with the initiated disciples of Paramashiva, automatically we are creating a space for the direct flow of Paramashiva to happen. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya, and all the viewers can also join along with me, and let's enter into the manifestation. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 So now we have seen the beautiful manifestation of the Atmalinga rolling.
So much, Paramesha Maharaj. That is such a beautiful demonstration where just by connecting with Swamiji, by chanting the Mahavakya mantra, Paramesha Maharaj, being in the space of oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with Swamiji, was able to make his will and become one with the Atmalinga. And the decision of his will, he was able to align it to the decision to the Atmalinga and manifest the will, manifest the power of consciousness over matter. These are just one of the many powers listed in the Vedagamas. Paramashiva lists a total of 463 powers, which is possible by any individual. All that is needed is just the simple integrity with the master. That is the beauty of Paramashiva's Shaktis. It is only the integrity which we have with Swamiji, which we have with the Avatar, which we have with Paramashiva, which is enough to manifest these powers. And like how Paramesha Maharaj had earlier shared in the program, when we were giving the introduction about the power manifestation science, Shaktis only lead you further and further towards you becoming, realizing your space of oneness, you becoming one with the cosmos, becoming one with Paramashiva. And what better way to understand and be in the space of oneness with Swamiji than today, when we're going to be having the direct darshan, the Bhava Samadhi darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhava Samadhi of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And so, as we enter into the next part of the segment, we're going to be learning about the advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, advent of the Avatar on this planet, how Swamiji happened, the story and Leela of that. After that, it's going to be followed by a simple meditation process to allow us, to help us and raise our frequency to that of Swamiji and open ourselves up so that we can have the full benefit of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. As we enter into this video, we request the viewers, all our participants, to sit straight, have your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Move from the space of hearing to listening. When we hear, we are not in listening. It is only in the space of listening our being opens up, and whatever we cognize, whatever input is given to us at that moment becomes part of our being. It becomes part of our cognition. And so now, as we enter into the satsang, let us all move from the space of hearing to listening so that we can imbibe completely. Please take a few minutes if you need to. Close the door, get rid of all other distractions, and just sit in the deep space of listening with restful awareness as we enter into the satsang.
Why incarnations happen on the planet Earth? Ramakrishna says beautifully. There was a big, beautiful garden with so many trees, with so many variety of flowers, with so many variety of fruits. Three friends were walking near the garden. There was a big wall. One friend climbed that wall, saw the garden. Oh God, such a beautiful garden. He just jumped inside the garden and started enjoying. The second guy climbed the wall and saw the garden. He felt so beautiful. He turned and said, "My dear friend," the friend who is below, he said, "My dear friend, there is a beautiful garden. Come, I am going." He jumped and started enjoying the garden. The third guy, he climbed the wall. He saw the beautiful garden and he saw his two friends enjoying, and he understood the joy and the bliss which they are enjoying. Then he decided, no, I will go down and tell all my people there is such a beautiful garden, and I will bring them all, make them enjoy this garden. The man who comes down is incarnation. The man who descends from the divine is incarnation. The person who comes back to the planet Earth to tell you about the divinity, to make you realize what he experienced, he is called incarnation. Scientist is a person who creates a formula to understand the things of the outer world. For example, Newton saw something happening in his garden. He saw the apple falling from a tree. Suddenly some understanding came to him. He understood something. Why this is falling? What is happening? Why it should not go up? Why it is coming down? He started thinking. Some understanding happened to him. The glimpse of truth happened to him at that moment. Immediately, he analyzed, created a formula so that everybody can understand what is happening when things fall. Theory of gravity. He created a formula. Scientist is a person who creates formula for the outward things, for the things of the outer world. Same way, mystic, spiritual mystic, enlightened person is a person, master is a person who creates the formula to reproduce the inner world experiences. Scientist creates a formula to reproduce the outward experience, the outer world experience. Master is a person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world. Meditation techniques are the formulas. Incarnation is a person who can directly give the experience without even using the formula. All these great incarnations are coming down to the planet Earth to give the spiritual experience, to make people realize that they are divine, to make people experience they are God, to tell the people the other side is beautiful, there is a very big garden, come let's go and enjoy. Incarnation is a person who has come down, descended to teach divinity to the world.
The Magara, crocodile, fish, all these jivas, they lay the egg, the banks of the river, close it with mud, just by the constant remembrance hatches the egg. Please understand. The Brahmi, bee, makes worm into bee by the sound, teachings. The hen makes the egg into chicken by the physical presence, touch, initiation. Keeping in the breathing space and initiation, the physical touch. Magara, crocodile, tortoise, fish, all of them hatch the egg and make the egg into fish or crocodile or tortoise just by remembrance. Master hatches you through all these three. Through his teachings, first level. Through the initiation, second level. Through constant remembrance of you, wherever you are, he hatches you into a new being. He makes you into very his self. First, the words, teachings, then the touch, sparsha, initiation, then wherever you are, because constantly you are connected to him, how you remember him, keeps on remembering you. I can see very clearly. Millions of people are living inside this body. Whoever is all living inside this body, each cell is responding independently to all the people who are remembering this body. That is why the enlightened beings, the incarnations, will be available in the form of Divya Sarira even after they leave the body. When they give initiation to a disciple, they take a vow. Till you become enlightened, I will be available to you even if I leave the body. That is why when the masters leave the body, their Divya Sarira will be available in Aksharadama, means the imperishable space. Aksharadama is the gateway of Kshara and Akshara, perishable and non-perishable. It is the gateway of form and formlessness. It is the gateway of ice and water. Water is formless, ice is form. So where both of them are touching, that is the space called Aksharadama. We call it Shambhala. All enlightened beings, all incarnations, till all their disciples achieve enlightenment, reside in Aksharadama, in the form of Divya Sarira. Their Divya Sarira is available.
And I will reveal three important words and the truths. First word, natural selection. Second word, art selection. Third word, conscious selection. Let me expand on this truth. In the evolution of life, fish becoming tortoise is conscious selection. In the DNA mutation process, listen carefully. In the DNA mutation process, consciousness goes through a natural selection process. Maybe I can use a better word, conscious natural selection. The consciousness of the fish, through the natural selection process, evolves in its DNA through various mutation. Understand, no DNA mutation is an accident. It is surely for the sake of better way of existence. By the very tendency of the consciousness is expansion, survival and expansion, living and enriching. The very DNA's programming is integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching. It is integrated to its existence and authentic to its experience of identity, I, and it takes responsibility for further expansion, enriching. Because of the fundamental quality of the consciousness, consciousness goes through a natural in the DNA mutation. And fish becoming tortoise is an example for this conscious natural selection process. Second, conscious artificial selection. Example for this is human beings breeding various types of dogs, various breeds and varieties of dogs. First, you understand the dogs fear, greed, and intervene artificially in its natural flow of life, and through the external intervention you start breeding various varieties based on your needs. Is conscious artificial selection process. That's an example. Third, beyond these two, something called conscious selection process. You, human being, consciously choosing consciousness as the foundation of your very existence and liberating yourself, enlightening yourself. Moksha and Jivan Mukti, becoming the reality of your existence, is conscious selection process. Understand? For this process, an incarnation happens. Incarnation happens to make the human being's DNA understand the conscious selection is possible and it is good. Bringing that great news to the humanity is the responsibility of an incarnation, avatar. Avatars happen for this vision. Listen carefully. For your DNA to choose consciousness and will persistence as a way for evolution, to do the conscious selection, your DNA need to be introduced to its higher possibility. If your DNA decides to do conscious selection and decides to evolve its DNA through the mutation, through will persistence, where it is going to land, what it is going to achieve, your DNA need to be told about the end result. That is why an incarnation happens to inspire your DNA to go through the conscious selection process. Understand? Today's subject for the webinar, happening of the avatar. Let me explain the multiple reasons for why avatars happen. First, whenever there is a serious danger for the Srishti, whenever there is a serious danger for the life itself, whenever life needs to be pushed to the next level, whether DNA need to have a quantum jump in its natural selection process, or conscious breakthrough need to happen. For example, in the natural selection of DNA process, fish evolves as tortoise, tortoise evolves as pig, pig evolves as man, animal, Narasimha. Then you need superconscious intervention to push the natural selection process of DNA to have a quantum jump. See, from man, animal, jump to an animal, listen carefully. From man, animal, jumping to an animal without consciousness is easy. It may have the form of a man, but it will not be completely carrying the consciousness of a man. So, from man, animal, if the jump has to happen to man, human being, not just DNA need to evolve through its natural selection process, conscious intervention is required. That is why when Vishnu comes as a man animal, Narasimha, and pushes the natural selection process of DNA to the next level, Paramashiva comes as Sarabeshwara and pushes the conscious intervention and takes the whole thing to the next level, human being. Every time when Vishnu comes as incarnation to give a natural selection breakthrough of a DNA, a quantum jump, Vishnu comes and gives a breakthrough in the natural selection DNA process. Paramashiva comes and gives a breakthrough in superconscious level. Purpose of my incarnation is to get the attention of scientists to study the non-material, superconscious happenings which is not perceived usually by the five senses, and the small definition of the proof of existence needed to be expanded. Understand? What you call as proof of existence is too small. The definition of proof of existence is too small. Scientific community need to expand the definition of the proof of existence, one, and should start studying non-material phenomena and happening, superconscious happenings and phenomena, attracting the attention of the scientific community to that space of non-material phenomena and happening, superconscious phenomena and happening is the purpose of my happening. Understand? Paramashiva will do it. He is doing it and he will do it. If science puts little time and energy and attention to study the non-material happenings and phenomena, superconscious happenings and phenomena, I tell you, we will have the growth in next 1 decade, 10 years, which we have not achieved in last 2000 years of existence. If we put little attention in this direction of non-material existence and phenomena, superconscious existence and phenomena, we can easily understand the whole Hindu literatures, Itikasa, all the Hindu traditional source scriptures of Shruti Smriti, is recordings of history, recordings of cosmological discoveries, recordings of amazing
why incarnations happen on the planet Earth. Ramakrishna says beautifully, there was a big, beautiful garden with so many trees, with so many variety of flowers, with so many variety of fruits. 3 friends were walking near the garden. There was a big wall. One friend climbed that wall, saw the garden. Oh God, such a beautiful garden. He just jumped inside the garden and started enjoying.
it will be history. I will make sure the scientific community's attention is drawn to study non-material phenomena and happenings. And I will make sure science expands its definition of proof of existence from the mediocre definition which we are having. Anything can be perceived commonly. Understand? This scale of proof of this scale called proof, this scale used as a proof for any existence itself is mediocre. The scale needs to be upgraded to the reality, and scientific community should start studying the phenomena and happenings of the reality, super consciousness. Then whatever I am revealing, you will understand very scientifically, and science will catch up with whatever is revealed in Hindu source books, Shastra Pramanas, Shruti and Smriti. At least let few thousand kids learn this power manifestation science, and not only they manifesting, I will train them to initiate others manifesting. So let few thousand Nithyanandas be reproduced before it is too late. before it is too late. Let us reproduce few thousand Nithyananda, where this power manifestation, science is kept alive. Oh, Hindus, enough. You guys have had a silly conversation and judged me. I am not attacked because of my so-called right wrong, keeping this science of enlightenment of Hinduism alive. Oh, Hindus, wake up. Anti-Hindus know my potential before Hindus know my potential. The purpose of happening of the avatar this time is to revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma and get its spiritual legitimacy, religious legitimacy, social legitimacy, cultural legitimacy, economic legitimacy, literary legitimacy, judicial legitimacy, and political legitimacy of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I'll do it. Let's all make it happen.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. Swamiji, the next question I have is specifically for all the people who are watching you on YouTube. There are like 1 million people who are watching you on YouTube and another 1 million people who are following you on Facebook. Now, for somebody who has never met you, never met you physically, not attended any of your programs, not taken your initiation, but they are sitting out there in some part of the world, connecting to you through your videos. They feel immensely connected to you. Do you recognize them as your disciple? How do you know that they are sitting there, or do you? Of course you know, but how is that whole process happening?
Understand, this is only one of the rooms I am using. This is only one of the quarters I am using. Just like Bangalore Adhinam as one of my quarters and many other Adhinams as my quarters, as on now I am using only Bangalore Adhinam quarters, does not mean that is only mine. All the other Adhinam quarters is also mine. Same way, this body which I am using is only one of my quarters. When you say, people who have not met me physically, but listening to my discourses, watching and feeling connected, understand, discipleship is not restricted just to this body. In multiple planes, I exist. In multiple planes, I operate. Each one, the way they are connected, the same way they get the response. Just few days before I declared, now people are going to have darshan and vision in their dreams. Like they will have the vision, darshan of me appearing and blessing them and showering gold coins and diamonds, or showering them with wealth. When they wake up and see, really they will see all around on their bed literally the gold coins and diamond, whatever has been blessed in the dream state in the real. And you will see in next few days people putting this kind of experiences and blessings in the Facebook. You will see these happenings, the mystery, the mystical happenings are all not restricted only to this body. I should say that this is one of the body I am using. To relate with all of them, there are some more bodies which are being used, and I should say that there is an automatic 911. Whoever calls from wherever, they get the response, and it is not necessary all that information should be known to this body and mind, but whenever needed, this body and mind gets those informations. And whatever is needed gets done through this body. It is such a intense subject. Maybe I'll use few more examples and give you an understanding. In various planes, like in dream state, the body of Nithyananda is different. In the deep sleep state, there is another one body. In the waking state only you are seeing this body. And Turiya, there is another one body. In Turiya Atita, there is another one body. In all those states, the bodies which are being used, all respond automatically from the calls received in those planes. So this body is only one of the centers I am using. That is why when people call, pray, automatically they get the response. When it is brought to me, I download what has happened during that time and give them extra information, that's all. But I myself, this body and mind does not necessarily need to be involved during the prayer or the answer. Action and response happens without even this body and mind knowing or getting involved. So wherever you are, understand, and you are calling this form, this name, feeling connected, immediately Sadashiva responds. Understand, this form and the name is the gift to the universe by Sadashiva. I am also enjoying it like you are all enjoying it. This name and this form is the gift to the universe from Sadashiva. Just like you all enjoy, I am also enjoying it. Paramashiva's direct and very important message. Listen intensely, sincerely, carefully, and assimilate. Recognizing my identity as Paramashiva, me as manifestation of Paramashiva, especially the exclusive relationship you have over me, the exclusivity is the right you gain the moment you recognize my identity. Understand? Exclusivity and intensity exclusivity and intensity in the relationship is the right you gain the moment you recognize, the moment you cognize my identity as Paramashiva. Understand? Listen to this very intensely. Keep two mirrors. Sit in such a way in one mirror, your face will reflect. In another mirror, this world, naturally the world only will reflect. Maybe you can sit next to the window, keeping the mirror, showing the sky. Listen. In reality, both mirrors are mirroring two different face of you. How much you feel you are your body, how much that is true, more than that you are cosmos is true. You are part of this cosmos. You are verily, if I have to make more proper statement, you are verily the core and source of this cosmos consciousness. See, just like Paramashiva has 25 faces, you experiencing your body as you is one face of you. You experiencing your mind, emotions as you is one face of you. You experiencing your deep sleep state is one face of you. You knowing this whole cosmos is you is one face of you. Understand, if you recognize my identity as Paramashiva, you will recognize your identity as Paramashiva. If you recognize your identity as Paramashiva, one of the face of you is Paramashiva, you will simply recognize. In these two, any one happens, you won the game. Life is all about that. That's all. Life is too simple. It's all about living after recognizing your identity as Paramashiva or my identity as Paramashiva. That's it. I tell you. When I recognized Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my guru's identity as Paramashiva, I said, Shivaya Namaha. When I recognized my identity as Paramashiva, I just said, Shivoham. Understand? Living either as Shivaya Namaha or Shivoham. Both are okay, but this is life. Life is too simple. Understand, recognizing my identity Paramashiva is literally living enlightenment, conclusion, completion of your fulfillment. You achieve fulfillment, you start living fulfillment, enlightenment, the moment you recognize my identity. Understand? When you recognize my identity, you recognize your Ishwaratva. The Ishwaratva starts oozing out of you when you recognize the Ishwaratva oozing out of me. But the good news is, Ames, my identity, is going to just walk around as superconscious mutants. I tell you, the best lifestyle is conscious communities, Kailasas. See, you don't have to give up the comfort of your home and your personal space, privacy of your home, but create conscious communities, e-Kailasas. Like have your own home, but gather once in a while for doing yoga together, puja together in Zoom. You don't even need to gather physically. In Zoom, online. E-Kailasas. Just gather and do yoga, do Vakyart Sadas, do puja together, do power manifestation. That's all. This is the best lifestyle. Just liberate more and more people from conscious slavery. Abolish conscious slavery. Recognize my identity deeper and deeper and deeper. As Paramashiva, you will recognize your identity deeper and deeper and deeper as Paramashiva, and you will experience the exclusive relationship we both have. That's all is the essence of enlightenment. You will just manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness. Kailasa.
Yes, very beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through a series of various discourses, various satsangs, has expanded on the concept of, not just the concept, but expanded the reasons behind why avatars happen on this planet Earth. When an avatar happens, what is the avatar mission which he does, how he raises the superconscious energy of humanity to a whole different level. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also shed some light on how an avatar functions. I mean, the question was asked, does everywhere when people say that miracles have happened in their life, that they had Swamiji's presence in their life, how is Swamiji attending to so many people across the globe continuously, parallelly, simultaneously? Even for all these questions, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism very beautifully gave an answer. The unlimited compassion, the ultimate compassion the avatars have when they land and take the human body, the human form, is something which is extraordinary and something which even how much ever we can sit and try to contemplate and try to understand it, it just goes a step further, it goes a step deeper. It goes to a state where it goes beyond our logic. Now, we're going to be entering into a small meditation to help us to raise the level of our superconscious energy, to help us to open up ourselves, our inner space, our being, so that we can receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan completely. We can have the full benefit of the avatar in our lives. We're now going to be entering into the meditation process. I request everyone to please sit straight. This meditation will be a guided meditation. Please sit straight. All the distractions or anything which may be cause a distraction to you, put everything away right now and bring yourself to be completely centered and focused here. This process will allow us to pass through the Stargate and into Kailasa. The This meditation is the bridge, is the stargate, so that we can experience Kailasa, the doorway to experience Kailasa. Take a few minutes. If you need to use to the bathroom, go use the bathroom, come back, settle down. Settle down. Doing this meditation sincerely and deeply will allow the full benefit of having the avatar in our lives to happen in us. Once you've all settled down, let us now enter into the meditation.
Now, whoever has recognized or decided to recognize my identity as Paramashiva, actually, even if you consciously decide, I am deciding, I am going to recognize Swamiji's identity as Paramashiva, even that is enough. Even if you decided, sit. Now, I'll open the stargate, portal, listen. Sit unclutched. I'll simply move you to Kailasa in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. You consciously decide to unclutch as much as you can. I'll do the rest of the job. You consciously unclutching is just putting the seat belt. Put your seat belt, relax. I'll fly you to Kailasa. Absolutely safely. See, Paramashiva sits in Nirvikalpa Samadhi in Kailasa. Parandama sits in Badrigashram. In India, there is a place called Badrinath Temple, Badrigashram. Parandama, Vishnu sits in Samadhi, Nirvikalpa Samadhi in Badrigashram. Brahma sits in Nirvikalpa Samadhi in Pushkar. All of them sit in absolute Nirvikalpa Samadhi and bless devotees. Now, you just unclutch as much as you can. That's all. I'll connect with you, lift you to Nirvikalpa Samadhi and give you the experience of Kailasa. Understand? In Shivaya Nama, you establish your relationship with the Shiva as surrendering, like duality, Dvaita. Establish your identity, your relationship with Shiva in Advaita, oneness. I am Shiva. Now, you don't even need to establish your identity as surrendering or oneness. Dvaita or Advaita. Only He is there. So just Shiva, 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 Shiva. If you consciously decide to recognize my identity as Paramashiva, that's enough. That is enough. That gives me the right, and that gives me actually the responsibility. Now I am bound to raise you to Nirvikalpa Samadhi and give you the experience and enlighten you and take you to Kailasa. Give you the ultimate, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Now I am bound by the very nature of the cosmos, cosmic law. I have to enlighten you now. Understand? The moment even you consciously decide, I am deciding to recognize Swamiji's identity as Paramashiva, then now, as per cosmic law, I am bound, I am responsible to raise you, enlighten you, and manifest the state of Paramashiva in you, the space of Paramashiva in you, the powers of Paramashiva in you, the being of Paramashiva in you, the superconsciousness of Paramashiva in you, and Kailasa of Paramashiva in you. Let's start. Just sit with the decision, conscious decision to recognize my identity as Paramashiva and reverberate Shiva, 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 Shiva. Shiva, 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 Shiva,
Shiva,
Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. With the grace and blessings of Paramashiva Ganapati, I bow down to Nandishwara, Mahanandi, Paramburule. Please open the space of Kailasa and bless all of us with the darshan of Paramashiva, experiencing Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Parashakti, Paramashiva, bless all of us with your intense presence darshan, oneness, state, space, powers, state of Paramashiva manifest in all of us. Let space of Paramashiva manifest in all of us. Let powers of Paramashiva manifest in all of us. Let being of Paramashiva manifest in all of us. Let superconsciousness of Paramashiva manifest in all of us. Let Kailasa of Paramashiva happen in all of us.
Shiva, Shiva.
Through this beautiful process for us to enter into the stargate of Kailasa and be in the frequency, experience Kailasa as it is. The whole process we went through now is very beautiful and is very apt so that we can completely and full and in the most best possible way experience and have the full benefit of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Out of all the Bhava Samadhi Darshans which we have had, which we have experienced, which we have seen throughout the many couple of days, this is going to be one of the most powerful Bhava Samadhi Darshans which we're going to be having today. So now, after having this beautiful meditation process of allowing ourselves to open up to the stargate of Kailasa, we're going to be entering into the power manifestation session. In this power manifestation session, please understand and please be very clear. It is not going to be like your regular power manifestation sessions which you have gone through till now. The whole level of the process which we are entering into today is of a different dimension, is of a different frequency. Now, your frequency is raised to experience that of Kailasa, of Mahakailasa, which is the highest plane of reality in existence. Here, we're going to be manifesting the power of third eye, which is the power of reading blindfolded. All of you can go ahead and take a few minutes now to get an iPad. If you don't have an, that is also fine. Even any thick opaque cloth where light does not pass through is also fine. You can get that and come. And if you have the Jnananjana, if you have attended any one of the Paramashivam programs, or if you have the Jnananjana in your house, in your locality, please get the Jnananjana as well. Aushada, paper and pen, as well as make sure you have the timestamp application in your phone, in your camera. Please take a few minutes and get these items now, because from now, after listening to all the powerful cognitions, after going through sincerely the meditation process, you are now vibrating in the same frequency as Paramashiva, vibrating in the same frequency as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Doing the power manifestation from this space cements and makes the experience of Paramashivoham, of Nithyanandoham, a part of your very being. So please take a few minutes now to get ready for the power manifestation session. Click on the timestamp camera on an application which you can download either from the App Store if you're using iPhone. It's also available in the Google Play Store as well for all our Android users. And make sure the camera is in selfie mode, which means the camera is facing you. Two cameras will be there. Make sure the camera on the display which is facing you is switched on. Please take a few moments if you need to set this up. And please tie your eyes with this opaque cloth or the eye band which you have. Instructions again. You should be having an eye, the Jnananjana, which is the sacred Aushada energized by the which helps and acts as a catalyst to awaken our third eye center. A paper and pen. And please also have the timestamp application in your camera, and have the camera placed in such a way where it is facing you and you are seen in the camera frame. When all this is ready, you can go ahead and tie your eyes. So this is the first round of the power which we're going to do. There will be an image which we are having. Through the power of third eye, connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, connect with Swamiji, and start chanting the Mahavakya mantra. Remember Swamiji, visualize Swamiji residing in your third eye center as Paramashiva with the 25 heads and 15 hands. Start chanting the Mahavakya mantra, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam, and just be in this deep space, this deep experience with Swamiji, the experience of oneness. The thing with power manifestation is that it should never be taken too seriously. It is a casual, in a playful way, playful mode when you take the power manifestation. It is only in that space Swamiji can land in you and manifest through you. having the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. This is the ultimate way in which you can prepare yourselves by allowing Swamiji to express through your being. So, at the end of these 3 minutes, we are going to be projecting an image. With your third eye, allow the visualizations to happen. Allow Swamiji to show you what is the image which we are going to project, which will be revealed through your third eye. And you can either draw it or you can write it down, whichever way you're able to verbalize, whichever way the third eye is communicating with you. In that way, you can write down and pen down. And after the 3 minutes, you can open your eye bands and we will be checking the answers. Now, please go ahead and tie the eye band. Let us begin the first round of the power manifestation. Start chanting the Mahavakya mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Alive being, drop your form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes. We can now open our eye bands and check the answer. Slowly you can open and remove your eye bands. So the image which we are showing was that of two zebras. The image will be projected now in the slide. Please take a few minutes and you can verify your answer. Yes. Sorry, the image which was projected, if the image which you have written and or draw for that matter, if the image which you have written or draw is matching that of the one which was projected here, congratulations, you are successfully manifesting the powers of Paramashiva with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with his initiation. If you got the correct answer, that is wonderful. That is really great. You can please go ahead and post it, share your experience in Facebook, the experience you had of the power manifestation, as well as the video recording. As part of the instructions, you should have video recorded yourself. So please take that video recording as well, as long as your testimony, your personal experience, and share your experience on Facebook and YouTube. Please take a few moments to go ahead and share your experience for those who have correctly been able to answer this. For those of you who haven't, who this power manifestation has still not happened, that is perfectly all right. It is perfectly okay. Just give it, don't stress about it too much. Power manifestation, as I said earlier, power manifestation only happens. Swamiji can only express through you when you're in the space of relax. Just take it as a game. First time you have not been able to get it, that's okay. You can try again, and there will be a couple of more rounds until we enter into the next segment of today's program. So please don't take it too seriously. Continue to take it as a playful game, and we will enter into the next round of this. Those of you who have got it correctly, please take a few minutes to go ahead and post in Facebook, in YouTube. In the YouTube chat, you can actually post, and we can read out, and we will know how many of you are manifesting the powers. So you can go ahead and post in the live comment section if you've been able to manifest this power. And also take a few minutes to post in Facebook as well your experience which you've had in the power manifestation program. During the Paramashivam program from February 9th to March 1st, the power manifestation will be on a much more deeper level, much more intense way it's going to happen in that program. Swamiji himself will be directly guiding and making the power manifestation process go so smoothly, where a power manifestation will not just be something which you are going to do a few minutes sitting and crying your eyes and having a pen and paper and doing just a third eye session. The power manifestation will be a part of your daily life. If you want to change the traffic signal at which you're stuck at, power manifestation. If you're running late and you need time to stop for a bit, power manifestation. Swamiji says again and again, even if it's just one or two powers which you're able to manifest, even at such a small scale, use those powers as much as you can as a part of your daily life. When you start doing that, more and more Swamiji starts expressing through you, more and more the experience of Nithyananda Paramashivam starts happening in you. So if you have now posted your sharings on Facebook and have posted in the YouTube chat as well, we can go ahead and enter into the next round of the power manifestation. So as the same as before, please take the opaque cloth, have the pen and paper right next to you. You can tie the opaque cloth on your eyes in a few moments. But before you do that, make sure you start the video recording on your camera as well, so that when the power manifestation has successfully happened, you'll be able to share your testimony with everyone in social media, in Facebook, and in YouTube as well. So please take a few moments to prepare yourself for the second round of the power manifestation. Yes. Once you have the paper and pen right next to you, once you've set up your camera, which will be recording you as you do the power manifestation, it is now time you can tie your eye bands. Once you all have tied your eye bands, we'll be projecting the next image for the second round. And as always, chant the Mahavakya mantra. Connect with Swamiji. Remember all the blissful moments you've had with Swamiji, all the sacred, intimate moments you've experienced with Swamiji. It could be casual conversation, it could be doing a question answer session during the Inner Awakening program or during the Paramashivam program. It could be one of the Darshan experiences you would have had with Swamiji. Whatever invokes and brings the feeling connection with Swamiji to your surface, to the surface of your inner space. Just remember those moments, and you'll see the power manifestation automatically starts happening in you. Now you can all tie your eye bands. We'll be entering into the second round of this process. Please start chanting the Mahavakya mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Yes. You can now remove your eye bands and take a few minutes, if you have not already written down, write down whatever answer was shown to you by Swamiji through your third eye. Take a few minutes now, slowly you can remove your eye band and pen down the answer given to you through your third eye, given by Swamiji. Now we can compare the answers and see if the answers are correct. The answer is going to be projected right now in the in the screen. Yes, as you can see here, this is one of the golden temples in Amritsar. So anything if you have written Golden Temple, North India, Amritsar, all of these are correct answers. As and when you do the power manifestation again and again and again, it is like how when we learn to write, it is only after writing continuously does the fluency come. When we are learning how to cook, cooking again and again is only when the fluency happens. The same way, the power manifestation, the umbilical cord establishment with the supreme founder of Hinduism has already happened. It is just a matter of fine tuning communication between you and your third eye. Congratulations to all of you who have been able to successfully manifest this round of power manifestation, of reading with the eyes blindfolded through the third eye. Those of you who have been able to get the correct answer, please take a few minutes, take the video recording, take your testimony, as well as take photos of the answer which is projected here on the screen, as well as the answer which you have written down in your notepad, in your book and pen, and share your experience on Facebook. And see, when you share, you enriching other people, you sharing and telling others about your experience only solidifies the experience in you more and more. You become more grounded and more authentic. You become more bolted with the understanding, with the realization, with the experience which you're going through. So, more than sharing with everyone else, for other people to know, this is a grounding process for you when you share on social media, when you enrich and tell others about the experience you are having. Please take a few minutes and share on the social media, share on Facebook, share on all the platforms you're active on, share the amazing experience of our manifestation you're having. In the next segment, we're going to be learning about the Nithyananda Gotras. What is the science of Gotras? Those of you who have been born and brought up in a traditional Hindu family would have already heard about the science of Gotras. All of us, every single one on this planet, has originated from some or the other Gotra. The Gotra is actually a very powerful, very beautiful, and very unique, which is there only in Hinduism, where our great rishis knew the science of embedding knowledge into our very DNA. Apart from the crores and crores of source books which have been recorded and maintained, apart from the knowledge system from guru to disciple vocally, our ancient enlightened Hindu masters knew the science of embedding the knowledge, the whole knowledge, into our very DNA. Which Gotra you are pertains to the knowledge branch, to the knowledge science which can be awakened in you. Now, we're going to be watching a series of satsangs, a series of videos. Hinduism sheds light on the science of Gotra and how the Gotra science can be practically applied in our lives. So, for those of you who have successfully completed the power manifestation and were successfully able to manifest these powers of Paramashiva, congratulations to all of you. Take a few minutes now to share in the social media, share in all your various public platforms. And once you're done with that, you can come back and sit in a space of deep restful awareness, deep listening. Anytime we listen to a satsang, listen to Swamiji, we should always bring ourselves back from the space of hearing to the space of listening. Satsang is not an ordinary place where Swamiji, where someone is just talking something in your hearing and just acquiring the knowledge about it. When Swamiji gives the satsang, it is not just the words he's transmitting, it is the energy also which gets transmitted through the satsang. The initiation, diksha, happens as the satsang. To imbibe and to receive this diksha, it can happen only when we move from the space of hearing to listening. So now, in the space of listening, let us enter into the satsang.
The imprint of our higher self is held in our DNA. We carry our lineage from other planets and other areas of universe in our DNA. The imprint of our earthly ancestral lineage is also held within our DNA. This is what we call in Vedic tradition which Rishi's Gotra you belong to, we say. The Gotra is your code of other living spaces, components of other living spaces which is in you. That code is the Gotra. If you say Bharadvaja Gotra, the energy and experience and the DNA Bharadvaja represents is there in your body. And you can access to those energies very easily. If you take up the mantras and spiritual practices delivered by Bharadvaja, immediately you can decode your DNA and the Akashic records can open. So the Gotra you belong to is the keyword, password for the huge information available to you in the form of Akashic record. Our Gotra is nothing but the code word for a special DNA layers. Please understand, our rishis have mastered the science of inserting the specific biomemory into a specific DNA layers. So our Gotra is the code word for those special DNAs. When a child is born in certain Gotra, this set of knowledge is already learnt by him. You just need to provide that ambience, he will recover, he will start expressing everything. Please understand. When I was 7, I started reciting the whole Ramayana, Mahabharata, all the 20,000-30,000 verses of Devaram Tiruvasagam by heart. When I was 7, I started reciting all these. I did not even learn language or script. I did not even know Tamil script or Devanagari script, in which all this knowledge is there. I was not even able to read Devanagari script or Tamil script, but I can recite all the thousands of verses from Valmiki Ramayana, from Vyasa's Mahabharata, from Devaram Tiruvasagam. The moment that ambience was provided, whatever was in the DNA, in the biomemory, started expressing. So the Gotras are the code word for DNA. We are a civilization created for enlightenment. When somebody is not complete in this Janma, he will take the birth in the next Janma in the same family and ambience and will start where he has left and continue his journey. So our civilization is created for that. The Gotra system was created to properly protect and keep the Y chromosome and avoid genetic disorders. Understand? To avoid the genetical disorders and to protect and preserve Y chromosome, and above all, to protect
all the major knowledge branches, many of the knowledge branches have been preserved in the DNA. By God's grace, Mahadeva's grace, we are almost there. We are almost there. We just need to establish the laboratories and collect right people in those different fields to establish what I am talking about. I tell you, from each Gotra, below 7, and make them recite the whole Veda branch belongs to that Gotra, who has not even read any script or heard anything from anybody. Just opening the DNA, I can make that kid recite the whole Veda of that branch. Each Gotra took the responsibility of preserving one Shaka of Vedas. I can make them recite. I'll do it. All great enlightenment-centric lifestyle jatis among the Brahmanas, the Agnihotri, the highest Brahmanas, and Bharatvaja Gotri, the most pure flying Brahmanas. Understand? The Bharatvaja Gotra Brahmanas used to fly. Bharatvaja is the rishi who wrote the whole science of flying, and Bharatvaja Gotra Brahmanas had the DNA. They used to move from place to place, Akasamarga. Our Hindu way of flying was collective, means like a group. As a whole group, you can get into a flight and fly. That kind of flying machines were also available. As an individual, you can just fly, having a small attachment to your body, like a wing. Hindus had both technology. Individually, you can fly, and you can go with a group or a team. Both mechanism we had. Bharadvaja Gotra Brahmanas used to have this flying signs as their regular lifestyle. All these, the highest level among the Saiva Velalar, Adisaiva Velalargal, Adisaiva Velalas, and among the Jains, the top cream. Varnashrama Dharma is the conscious pyramid built by our ancestor Hindu civilization, ancestors, for the high-level souls to come back again and again to the planet Earth and make this planet Earth a better and better place. Expertise in every field is consciously stored in the ecosystem of Varnashrama Dharma. A Brahmana who comes back again and again in the Brahmana family becomes expert in the knowledge of Vedas. A soul which comes back again and again in the field of, in the family of Vaishya, becomes expert in administering the economy and keeping the society rich. The soul which comes back as a Vaishya in Vaishya family again and again keeps the justice. He masters the science of keeping the justice and keeps it intact. A Shudra who comes back again and again in Shudra Jati and Varana keeps all the technology related to the outer world alive and develops better and better and better. This Varana Ashrama Dharma keeps the enlightened order of the world alive. The enlightened order of the world, sovereign order of Kailasa, is Varnashrama Dharma. It's a great science. It is such beautiful system where the responsibilism is encouraged. The way you take responsibility for your life and others' life. Decides your varna and ashrama. Jati is more to support you to specialize in some field. See, Hindu society was based on specialization. A Brahmin specializes in that knowledge. So he has all the updated understandings and specialization in that field. He specializes everything related to past and updated current understandings and knowledge and new research and discoveries in the field of teaching. So naturally, anyone goes to him, gets the best in that field. Same way the Vaishyas, Kshatriyas. So the family by birth gives you specialization due to the ecosystem prevalent in the house and workplace. And then you can choose your varna. Understand? Brahmins were also working. Kshatriyas were also studying. Shudras were also teaching. It's all absolutely interdependent. An amazing resource distribution. Only these four are resources: land, knowledge, wealth, weapons of a society. So, wealth was vested with one varna, knowledge was vested with one varna, land was vested with one varna, weapons and power was vested with one varna, and all of them are in the jati of Brahmana, and you can choose, decide to be Kshatriya. Nothing wrong. You may be born in the family, jati of Kshatriya, and you can choose to become Brahmana, like Vishwamitra. Nothing wrong. You are accepted and given the topmost title Brahmarishi. Same way, you can be born in Vaishya family and you can choose to become Brahmana. You are accepted into Brahmana Varana. Nothing wrong. Understand? The Varna, including, accepting, updating, keeping it alive, that body, Brahmin's body, Sannyasi's body, Guru's body, that body was attacked and destroyed by Mughals at that time, because that body was keeping the Varna Ashrama Dharma alive. See, Akhadas were the body, keeping the Varna and Ashrama Dharma alive. Jati is the structure, gives you the possibility and ecosystem. For example, if you are born as a Brahmin, you are given that ecosystem to evolve and become the part of Brahmana Varna. But if you decide you want to become part of the Kshatriya Varna, you are free to do.
You are given absolute support and you are declared as Kshatriya by the Panchayati. See, each village used to have the Panchayati. That is why it's called Panchayati Akadas. The Panch Parameshwar, the 5 experts in the field will sit together. Either expert in a Brahmana or Vaishya or Kshatriya or Shudra, any field, 5 experts should sit. They are called Panchayati. And that Panchayati, they are called Pancha Parameshwars. That Panchayati declares somebody entering into Brahmana Varana or Kshatriya Varana or Shudra Varana or Vaishya Varana. Mostly the Jati, same person, gets into same Varana, but not compulsorily.
Not just astronomical happenings, even the planes of various existence. The Brahmanda, Cosmos and Pindanda, macrocosm, both. The knowledge Hindus had, still have. Fortunately, even if a last Brahmin boy is alive, the whole Hinduism is alive in his DNA. Our masters know the science of keeping the whole knowledge in. Give me a single last Brahmin boy living. I'll make him repeat the whole Vedas from his DNA. He may not even heard the word Vedas in his life. I can just put him in Samadhi, unclutched state. He will repeat the whole Chaturveda without missing a single line. Give me one single Brahmin girl. I can put her in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and she can repeat the whole Hinduism's art, the field of temple, all the science related to homemaking, because women were adepts not only in enlightenment science, the Rishikas were adepts in medicine. There are enough documents to prove during the Meenakshi's time, she was running a huge Siddha hospital with protocols. The Hindu medicinal hospital with protocols and a large number of trained Rudrakanyas being doctors. I tell you, our masters have mastered the science of putting the knowledge in DNA. Many times people ask me, Swamiji, why did our ancestors not bothered to document all this knowledge? Hey, they have documented, fool. You forgot the methodology to read it. They have documented in your DNA. Just unclutch and sit. You will see them in your inner space. That is why again and again we say mantra drashta is Rishi, not the one who hears the mantra from outside. If you hear the mantras from outside as a shruti, if you hear them as a shruti, you are a Gurukul student. You can maximum become acharya only if you see them in your inner space. Mantra drashta. Those, when you sit in unclutched space, from your DNA, those mantras get revealed and appears in the form in front of your third eye. Then listen. Listen to this punch strongly. This is the truth. Anti-Hindus wrote their history on the blood of Hindus. Hindu ancestors wrote their history in the DNA of the Hindus. What is it that constitutes an enlightened being as enlightened being? The DNA. Please understand the one line, a simple line, decision to be big. Please get it? Decision to be big. Decision to be bigger than anything you know. Decision to be bigger than anything you know will end only in Advaita space. I put it in a very colloquial way. Decision to be bigger than anything you know. If I have to put it in a more precise, sophisticated way, see, the word I gave you is the exact word I received in that research as a prasada. So if you start cherishing in your DNA, in your bioenergy, in your biomemory, this one idea, anything I know, I will become bigger than that. Please understand, this is not from the mood of violence, arrogance, war, all that. Don't decide to wage war with anything you know. No. By waging war, anything you know, you destroy that, but you don't become bigger than that. Understand? By making anything you know as smaller than you don't become bigger than that. You need to know that. By making anything you know as smaller than you don't become bigger than that. So Alexander can never become great. Napoleon can never be great. Understand? I put it in a very colloquial term. If I have to put it in more precise, refined term, authenticity. Whatever you know as you should stand with this one idea. Whatever I know, I'll become bigger than that. Not by making that smaller, but by raising me higher. Oh humanity, I am ready with the science. Come, become new species. Understand, till now, I have not opened the suitcase I brought. Only the feet dust. The dust of my padakas have been used to identify and brand me. Now this year I am opening my suitcase. New species are the first product I am taking out of my suitcase. Understand? So in a way, I am starting the mission only now. The first nuclear bomb is new and clear species. I'll shock and surprise humanity by demonstrating this new DNA which will be named as I'll surprise and shock the humanity this year with this new DNA. It is literally new DNA. Don't think it is growth of the human beings. No. It's literally new DNA. And first time released in the universe. So good news I have for you. This year we will scientifically establish Nithyananda DNA. DNA. Give a child to me, to the Gurukul. If your daughter or son already grown up and they are not listening to you, they are making their own decisions, don't worry. Plan for one more baby. From your DNA, when a child reaches the Gurukul and gets the experience of power manifesting, enlightenment, lives this tapas life towards enlightenment. Not only the child reaches Mahakailasa, you also reach Mahakailasa. It's like it triggers you straight. Unimaginable things are done to you. That is why many times
expanded on the science of Gotra, the science of Nithyananda.
let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, welcome back. Beautifully, Swamiji expanded on the Nithyananda Gotra, on the science of Gotra. As Swamiji himself had beautifully shared, our masters, our rishis, our enlightened beings of ancient Hinduism, they knew the science, how to embed the knowledge within our very DNA itself. In school, in college, in university, at some other point in time, we would have studied about other religions, other civilizations, and the way they documented in the form of carving in the walls or through certain stone tablets. So many different ways the documentation they tried to do in order to preserve and record the life they lived, civilization which they had created. But Hinduism is the only civilization which knew the science to embed all the knowledge, everything into the very DNA of the person, into the very lineage, embed the knowledge into the very lineage. Swamiji himself told multiple times, just even one person, one Brahmin boy or one Brahmin girl, even one person is enough to revive the whole Vedas, Agamas, and all the knowledge branches. the most fail-proof and the most fail-safe way, foolproof way to protect the knowledge stream. Connecting with Swamiji, manifesting these powers, being in the space of Nithyanandoham, Nithyananda Paramashivam, manifests the Nithyananda DNA more and more through our system. More and more, the science of Gotra is awakened in us. Our DNA starts becoming more alive, starts awakening, and we start becoming Nithyananda himself. And so now, let us share the powerful cognitions we have to awaken the Nithyananda Gotra in all of us. What is it that constitutes an enlightened being as an enlightened being? The DNA. Please understand, it was that one line, simple line, decision to be big. Please get it. Decision to be big. Decision to be bigger than anything you know. So if you start cherishing in your DNA, in your bioenergy, in your biomemory, is this one idea. Anything I know, I will become bigger than that. If I have put it in a more precise, refined word way, it is authenticity. Internalize this truth and post your cognitions, the powerful cognitions that you had, a series of satsangs. But Swamiji spoke about the Gotra system and share it in the Facebook. There are multiple truths Swamiji revealed through the series of discourses of satsangs. Shedding light on the ancient civilization, on how Hinduism fundamentally functioned and why it was such a thriving society for so many generations. Discarding and clarifying debunking many of the false rumors and misunderstandings which we have about the Gotra system, about the Jati system, about the Varna and caste system. From everything which Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared now, let us take a few minutes and pen down all the powerful cognitions that we had, all the understandings which we had. Take a few minutes now. Sit and pen down all the powerful cognitions. Yes. Now, with these powerful cognitions about the Nithyananda Gotra, about how the Nithyananda Gotra can be directly applied in your practical life. The understanding, the decision to be bigger than anything you already know. Whatever you know, whatever you consider to be the biggest thing as in life, start cherishing this cognition in your DNA to become bigger than anything you know. This is one of the first steps to start awakening the Nithyananda Gotra inside all of us. Now, with all the powerful cognitions you have penned down, let us now sit, share these powerful cognitions on the social media, share these powerful cognitions in Facebook. As I mentioned earlier, Swamiji says, when you share, when you teach others about these powerful cognitions, these powerful truths, only the learning is completed. The first 25% of learning happens when you listen and cognize these truths from the avatar, from the master. The second 25% happens when you internalize, sit with yourself and pen down, internalize, do the manana. The third 25% happens when you discuss, have the vakyata satas with the other people, with the other peers, and everyone else who's in the same process as you are in. And lastly, sharing in the social media, which completes and gives you the complete cognition about the truth which we are discussing, about any powerful cognition for that matter. And so now with this, we're going to be entering into the next segment, which is the power manifestation. With this powerful cognition, with the awakening of the Nithyananda Gotra in all of us, we're going to be manifesting the power of clairvoyance. Pair up with a partner for the power manifestation and ask your partner to think of an image and write it down on a piece of paper. Once your partner is ready, you can connect to Swamiji, visualize Swamiji in your third eye, and chant the Mahavakya mantra. Do the samyama of visualizing a light ball in your third eye center. In the space of oneness with Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya mantra, and whatever answer is revealed to you in your third eye, pen down. After the round is over, you can verify with your partner. You can do this with anyone you have in your surrounding, in your Vatavarna. It can be a family member, it can be a friend who's next to you. And if you don't have anyone, it is also okay. I will be having an image which you can scan my mind, and I will be having an image in my inner space through which you can scan and pen down whatever is being revealed to you by Swami. So if you need to go grab a pen and paper, you need to go grab a partner, please take a few minutes, go ahead and get them and come. You should have a partner. If you don't have a partner, it's okay. You can scan whatever I have penned down and kept for the power manifestation process. Connect with Swamiji. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye center and start chanting the Mahavakya mantra. Let us enter into the power manifestation session. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda. Your fears, incompletions, insecurities, nothing is needed for you to exist. Paramashiva alone is enough for you to live absolutely, blissfully, celebrating, fulfilled, complete, intensely. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
now check and compare the answers. You can check with your partner, with your friend, whoever you are doing the power manifestation with, and verify if you are able to successfully manifest the power of clairvoyance. Read the other person's mind. For those of you who are manifesting this power with me, the answer was horse. The image which I was keeping and I had penned down and was holding in my inner space for all of you was horse. Of you who have been able to successfully manifest this power, congratulations to all of you for successfully being able to manifest one more of the powers of Paramashiva. Over this past 1.5 hours to 2 hours of segment, we have manifested 2 to 3 powers, different powers till now. Swamiji says when you manifest these powers, not just during the power manifestation segment, but as a part of your daily regular life, whatever you're doing in your life. If you're talking to someone, talking to a client, talking to your business partner, or someone who you know, just try in a very playful way. Try to see through your third eye and convey what the person is trying to convey even before they utter it in their own words. If you have manifested the power of third eye reading, then try to see what is behind a certain wall when you're about to take a turn, what may be the wordings on the next building. Just like how we continuously use our phones, our devices for different purposes. Phones no longer serve the single purpose of calling or communication anymore. It serves a variety of different purposes which we use on an everyday basis. Our third eye, our inner space, these powers of Paramashiva are just more devices, more tools in our toolkit, which we can use on a daily basis. Take the example of a phone or device itself. While these features are available to call and send text messages, now you can do a wide variety of things with the device now, with the phone now. The same way is the third eye. Know that you have been able to communicate with your third eye. Swamiji is able to manifest through you, to have Swamiji expressed through your being as many times as much as possible through your daily life. Try to manifest these powers again and again and again in a very simple, playful way. More and more you will start realizing, you'll start seeing, you yourself will be surprised how much of Paramashivoham, the Paramashiva Tanmay will start expressing in you. That this will start. Paramashiva, Swamiji, Nithyananda Paramashivam will no more be a mantra which you're chanting, but it will be a way of life for you. It will be your experience. It is this experience Swamiji gives to all of us during the Paramashivam program. The program is from February 9th to March 1st, and throughout the 21 days of this program, Swamiji is continuously going to be initiating through various methods, various processes, Bhava Samadhi Darshans, 21 whole days with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to give us this one experience, to bolt this experience inside all of our beings, that we and Paramashiva are one. We and Swamiji are one. And so to register for the program, for the Paramashivam program, the link is being projected below, as well as the QR code where you can scan and sign up for the Paramashivam program. This is once in a lifetime opportunities. Yes, this program is not the first program which is being conducted, but the experience will be completely different, completely new. As Swamiji says, enlightenment is the ultimate, but it is not the final. Same way, Swamiji is expressing more and more dimensions of Mahakailasa, more and more dimensions of Paramashiva through each and every new program, bringing different experiences to people, bringing different aspects, and sharing with all of us different dimensions of Hinduism. So don't miss out on this Shivratri Paramashiva. And so with this now, we'll be having a short break, after which we'll be continuing the next segment of today's program. Thank you for staying tuned. We'll be back with you after a short break.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagavan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
त्रुट्यादि प्रत्ययस्यार्थ कालो माया समुद्भवः Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of where time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagavan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen, Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapa Loka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there you move to Parandama, Vaikunta and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fueled, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanusyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagavan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
Trutyadi pratyayasya kalo maya samudbhavaha. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagavan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen. Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapaloka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there, you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanushyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine, and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that our state of consciousness is lifted. The brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, imagine, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily, freely available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpagavriksha, Parijata, all these are like different gadgets, possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities and powers start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka, planet Earth, can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible, permanent enlightenment, irreversible, permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagavan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the Blessed One and the Blessing One is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per him, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and enduring years of intense penance, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India, initiated by his gurus into yoga, tantra, and other Eastern metaphysical sciences. After having many profound spiritual experiences, he finally received the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, from his guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India.
The brain is the body's most complex organ, containing more than 100 billion neurons, each of them in chemical and electrical conversation with up to 10,000 other neurons. Its sheer capacity to process the various happenings of life is astonishing. The scientific studies on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain remarkably shows that the complexity presents no difficulty for the Supreme Pontiff in managing his brain's activity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's capacity to control his brain is very fluid. He can easily shift his brain function and alter his brain waves, allowing the travel into various time zones possible and effortless. The results from the scientific studies conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism show that the human body and brain is able to choose to alter the body and to travel to other dimensions at will. The possibility for people to experience the healing capabilities as well as the higher states of consciousness is an event of immense benefit for humankind. The science of altering the rates and progression of many physical diseases, mental instabilities, and ultimately the superconscious breakthrough has now been made available and achievable for today's humanity.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a bridge between the visible and the invisible. He is also a bridge between the age-old world of mysticism and the modern world of science and discovery. As brain research continues on a widespread basis, and as we appropriately bring the phenomena of mysticism into the realm of science for further study, we are taking strides on the path of physical and mental health as well as superconsciousness.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel of the parallel universe. Make you tireless forever and just kill the boredom once and for all. Experience intense levitation. Right now, you may experience absolute flexibility of the body and complete detoxification, a complete healing right now. There can be multiple possibilities. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to Mahakailasa. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanam Gandhatitam Tatvasyadiraksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Guruvarantam Tatgurutam Namami. Nithyanandam all. I welcome all the viewers and participants joining with us from 175 countries for this most divine Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Murthy, manifesting through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. It's been a month and more where all of us are experiencing such extraordinary darshans manifesting through the Nijavatara, just simply causing our realities, whatever we want to manifest in this life. The avatar has come down, the avatar has descended, gracing us all with his extraordinary darshans, raising our Kundalini Shakti and helping us to manifest our realities. That has simply happened to fulfill our realities, to fulfill our goals and dimensions in life. There is a beautiful story in the life of Bhagavan Ramakrishna, where he shares a story. One of his disciples asks, who is an incarnation? Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna says, there is a village and man is walking and he encounters a huge compound wall. So he starts climbing up. And to his surprise, to the other side of the compound wall, there he finds a huge, beautiful garden. Something she has not even imagined. It was of extraordinary beauty. Then he just felt happy. He continued his journey. Then the second man comes. He comes with a friend. He also encounters this compound wall. Then he thought, okay, let me just climb up and see. And he climbs up and he sees exactly the same huge compound wall. And this time this man decided for some reason that he can't just hoard to this extraordinary experience. He needs to share with people. So the one who was right next to him, he asked that person to climb up and he would show the entire compound wall. So he actually showed the whole compound wall. Then this friend became so grateful and thankful for what he has seen. Now, he just doesn't want to keep it to himself. He wants to shout and call the whole village to see what they have manifested. So in this story, the third person who shouted to the whole world, whole village, to come and see and experience this bliss, he is the incarnation. Incarnation is the one who has manifested the entire cosmos in his body. And this manifestation of the macrocosm in his body, with a sole determination that the reflection of his microcosmic body falls on all the human beings, for us to have that glimpse of what it means to be that superconscious mutant. What is it that really means when you declare yourself as a superconscious mutant? There is no more self-doubt, no more self-hatred, no more anything. It is only Paramashiva. You don't exist. It is only Paramashiva that you exist is the key that all of us must learn, cognize, and live it for us to cross this Maya, for us to break this Maya. So I request all the participants to take this moment to where all of us are getting ready, getting prepared for this extraordinary Bhava Samadhi Darshan, manifesting through the Nijavatara, the supreme point of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us all prepare ourselves to this moment. Let us really prepare ourselves to this moment where we can literally see our reflections. Our own reflections are getting manifested in multiple places. Just with your understanding, just with your decision to understand, you will see huge possibilities starts opening up within you. So, with that introduction, let us enter into the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. In Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the consciousness of the avatar is mirror neuroned into the individual consciousness. So when I take the darshan of Swamiji, who is radiating the superconscious frequency, just with that glimpse of me seeing Swamiji, exact mapping starts happening in my wire. My wire starts responding. My wiring in the brain starts responding. So for this response to happen, it is the sacrifice of the Paramatara of Paramashiva who has come down just for all of us to experience that glimpse in Bhava Samadhi Darshan. I would like to also that this is the very ancient science where literally various enlightened masters have graced and liberated their disciples, them all this experience of Samadhi Darshan. In fact, in the life of Sri Ramakrishna, he used to give the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Kali. And once he gives that one darshan, it takes about 6 months for him to settle down in his body. Please imagine the amount of work that Swamiji is doing in his body, literally every single day, every single minute. He's sacrificing all of it for the sake of Kailasa. And this experience is going to take him and the entire family to a different level. I'm sure this has been the experience of all of you all, whoever is sitting and every day creating that space, creating that possibilities while we are sitting and enriching ourselves in this Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So let us all get ready for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. This darshan is something, a decision in your lifetimes for you to express that superconscious mutant. If you want to express and manifest yourself as a superconscious mutant, now is the time where you can simply explode and show your love that you have for Swamiji. So, the first thing that I would like to announce before we get into the darshan is the security, Kailasa security announcements. Please ensure that you're not video recording any of these clips, any of these segments from the YouTube channel. And please also ensure that if anybody tries to use this clip, we must apply the copyright strike. So, we'd like to start the session, and where all of us will be preparing ourselves, we will be getting ready to receive the darshan of the Nijavatara, the Supreme Paramashivam. So I request everybody to please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in the straight line. Yes, let us all connect with Swamiji, the Guru who has descended just to take us all to liberation. All the heavenly bodies in various lokas are just celebrating this moment where Swamiji is going to liberate the people in Kailasa. Yes. Now let us get ready. With your head, neck and spine in the straight line, please close your eyes. Inhale as deeply as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible. With a restful awareness, let us connect. Let us intensely connect with each other and with a space of gratitude in your Anandagandam. Please let us chant Mahavakya before we get ready to receive the most awaited moment of the day, which is nothing but receiving the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, where the Nijavatara is actually secretly offering all the flowers, all the beautiful things that they have all collected during the Brahmotsavam to be offered to Swamiji. So, requesting, please sit still, close your eyes. Let us chant Mahavakya. Please sit straight. Please close your eyes and let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
गलद्दानगण्डं मिलद्भृङ्गषण्डं चलच्चारुषुण्डं जगत्प्राणशौण्डं कलद्दन्तकाण्डं विपद्भङ्गचण्डं शिवप्रेमपिण्डं भजे वक्रतुण्डं श्रीनित्यानन्दानमस्ते 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 अनाद्यन्तमाद्यं परं तत्त्वमर्थं चिदाकारमेकं तुरीयं त्वमेयं हरिब्रह्ममृग्यं परब्रह्मरूपं मनोवाहतीतं महशैवमीडे श्रीनित्यानन्दानमस्ते 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 प्रभाषोणमर्थं मरुत्वन्मणिश्रीमहश्याममर्थं गुणस्यूतमेतत्त्वपुष्यैवमन्त स्मरामि स्मरापत्तिसम्पत्तिहेतुं श्रीनित्यानन्दानमस्ते 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 स्वसेवा समाया प्रपन्नस्य नेति प्रसीद स्मरन्नेव गम्यास्तु दैन्यं न चेत्ते भवेद्भक्त वात्सल्यहानिस्ततो मे दयालो सदा सन्निधेहि। श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते। अयं दानकालस्त्वहं दानपात्रं भवानेव दातात्मधन्यं न याचे भवद्भक्तिमेव स्थिरमेहि वाक्यं कृपाशीलशम्भो कृतार्थोऽस्मि तस्मात्। श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते। पशुं वेत्सि चेन्मां तमेवाधिरूढ कलङ्केति वा मूर्ध्नि दत्सेदमेव विजिह्वः पुनः सोऽपिते कण्ठभूष त्वदङ्घ्रिकृता सर्वेऽपि धन्या। श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते। न शक्नोमि कर्तुं परद्रोहलेशं कथं प्रीयसे त्वं न जाने गिरीश। तथा हि प्रसन्नोऽसि कस्यापि कान्ता सुतद्रोहिणो वा पितृद्रोहिणो वा। श्रीनित्यानन्दास्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते। स्तुतिं ध्यानमर्चां यथा वाद्विधातुं भजन्नप्यजानन् महेशावलम्बे वसन्तं सुतं प्रातुमग्रे वृखण्डोर्यमप्राणनिर्वापणं त्वत्पदाब्जम्। श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते। शिरोदृष्टिहृद्रोगशूलप्रमेह ज्वराशोचरायक्ष्महिक्काविशान्तात्मनाद्यविशुद्धेशजन्मस्मशम्भो त्वमुल्लाघयस्मान् वपुर्लाघवाय। श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते। दरिद्रोऽस्मि भद्रोऽस्मि भग्नोऽस्मि दूये विषण्णोऽस्मि सन्नोऽस्मि खिन्नोऽस्मि त्रागं भगात्राणिनाम् अन्तरात्मासि शम्भो ममाधिं न वेत्सि प्रभो रक्ष मां त्वम्। श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते, श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते। स्वदक्षिणो कटाक्ष पदेद्रक्षयत्र क्षणं क्ष्मा च लक्ष्मी स्वयं तं वृणाते किरीटस्फुरच्चाम क्षौमभूषा विशेषैः श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते भवान्यै भवायापि मात्रे च पित्रे मृडान्यै मृडायाप्यगग्ने मखग्ने नित्याग्यै नित्याङ्गाय कुर्म नित्यायै नित्यायम्बिकायै नमस्त्यम्बकाय श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते भवद्गौरवं मल्लगोत्रं विदित्वा प्रभो रक्ष कारुण्यदृष्ट्यानुगम्मा नित्यात्मानुभावस्तु तामक्षमोऽहं स्वशक्त्या कृतं मे परागं क्षमस्व श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते यदा कर्णरन्ध्रं व्रजेत् कालवाग विषत्कण्ठघण्टाघणात्कारणादं वृषधीशकारुण्यदैवोपवाक्यं तदा वत्समाभिरिति प्रीणयत्वं श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते यदा दारुणा भाषणा भीषणामि भविष्यन्त्युपान्ते कृतान्तस्य दूता वदामन्मनस्त्वत्पदाम्भोरुहस्थं कथं निश्चलं स्यान्नमस्तेऽस्तु शम्भो श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते यदा दुर्निवारव्यथोऽहं शयानु लुठन्निःश्वसन्निःसृता व्यक्तवाणी तदा जग्नुकन्या जलालं कृतं ते जटामण्डलं मन्मनो मन्दिरं स्यात् श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते श्रीनित्यानन्दा नमस्ते यदा Shri Nithyananda Namaste. Shri Nithyananda Namaste.
That's an extremely beautiful darshan of Swamiji that all of us just had. So beautiful to meet Swamiji. This is calm and it's it's like literally Swamiji is installing himself into our mind. So today all of us are blessed with this darshan.
And Swamiji manifested and blessed to every one of us. This Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a very, very, very powerful process for each of us to fulfill every individual, whether it is the desire that we have or experiencing the higher states of consciousness. Now, this beautiful space of oneness that we all experienced during Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the best way to relish this, the best way to settle this experience inside of us is by manifesting powers. So it is time for all of us now take a quick few minutes and enter into power manifestation. And all the viewers that joined us live on Facebook and YouTube that are watching us live right now, every day we are going to be receiving such powerful darshans of Swamiji. And for you to receive these darshans live, for you to experience this darshan along with the Nayana Diksha, sitting at Swamiji's feet and receiving this darshan, do not miss. Sign up for Mahaparamashivam and attend. And everyone that is watching us on YouTube and Facebook, and all the participants that are there with us on the 5th of February, we on the marking the auspicious occasion of Thaipusam celebrations, we are going to be having the Bhava Samadhi of Shanmukha Subramanya, the 6 faces of Subramanya, and we are going to be having the live Bhava Samadhi darshan with Swamiji. So do not miss. Share it with your friends, family members, invite all of them so they all can also join in experiencing this blissful darshan. So join and do not forget. And we thank all the participants that joined us live on YouTube and Facebook. And we welcome every one of you to join us all back again in the further darshans. And do not forget to sign up to experience the darshan live in the season and